Turn green. Initiate streaming. Hopefully successfully. Maybe? Okay, for all of the things to activate. Kind of warm. Update. Update. Why are there updates? No updating. We don't want to update things right now. That's that. Turn that on. Maybe. Go with maybe. The grass? Grass did not hurt me. It was very green. It's always greener on the other side of the fence. Am I green? I might be. Slightly. Might be slightly green. It was by choice. However, I was green before touching the grass. So, before you go around blaming the grass for it, it sounds like an excuse. It sounds like I'm making up an excuse. True, though. I was like, oh, I'll use green today. And then I looked outside and I was like, I want to go for a walk. There may have been some things in between those two events, but that's basically what happened. Just a little bit. It was very nice today. Clear sky, pleasant weather, sunlight. Tis a balmy 22 Celsius out. Light breeze, green grasses, excellent weather for stepping outside. Ow. Flooding rainstorm, not the rainstorms. I had a bunch of rain like two or 3 days ago. Maybe even some yesterday, I don't remember. There was definitely some there was some water in one of the roads. That might have gotten that might have ended up there from something else though. It's hard to say. It's very, very hard to say. What else do I have to set up here? Not very much. I guess music. Music is probably a good option. Let's start over here. Yeah, that's got a bunch of variety. Of course, starting on the bad apple, because of course. Today's stream is about two things. Parsing JSON and loading glTF based files, which are basically encapsulated 3D models and scenes and optionally images. Although like if I get through parsing JSON, that's probably an accomplishment in and of itself. Difficult? I don't know if I would imagine it to be the most difficult thing ever. It's certainly not the easiest thing to parse, but it's also not the hardest thing to parse either. Also, I think I'm gonna restart my Vim. Yeah, restart the Vim. Make sure this is, that's rebuilt. Because I can switch to the actual code screen. Do we want the spinning cat or not? I think I'll hold off on the spinning cat for a little while. Because I really don't need the spinning cat just quite yet. I don't know if I ever technically need the spinning cat, but here we are. No more spinning cat. So if I'm going to make a parser, which is necessary, here I have a spinning cat. Apparently it's necessary. So I'm going to need a new file for this. Yeah, for sure. Also, I should probably make sure that, maybe that Git is working properly. Is there anything that I forgot to commit? Just kind of some stuff. Oh, I forgot about that. I'll just throw all of that into a commit. Why not? Yeah. One of these days I'll figure out a way of adding, like, some sort of Git management plugin thing for NeoVim. I'm sure they exist. Just don't know which ones are out there. It's a lot of my problems, actually. Just don't know what's around. I also just can't find a good volume for the music ever. Takes a while. And it keeps changing. Let's make 2 windows. No. Vertical windows. Two different windows. Hello there. Welcome. Again. I think I'm going to cross-reference. Let's say the image. This is a good one. Kinda. Yeah. It's intense. So let's do some. I don't know if I should have everything with my silly prefix. Maybe not. Maybe not, but maybe. C++? Sure. Sure. Sure, we'll do that. Then we'll also need probably to throw it in here. Maybe with quotes around it. I don't know if that's too essential or not, but I'm pretty sure it is. I feel like maybe I should have arranged these better. Oh well. Oh well. Okay, so they both have new file. Yay. That's always the first step is just add your file to the build chain. Everything else will derive from there. Hopefully. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Sebastian Lagwit? Ligu? How do you pronounce his last name? I don't even know. What else do I need? Maybe my stupid string library. Maybe vector. I feel like I'm gonna need vector. Legu? Lauge? Why does nobody know? Lego? Is there a compressor that I can enable? I never get the settings right. I feel like I got the settings wrong. Do you want to... maybe change the threshold? I don't know. Can't tell if this is making a difference or not. See, this is why I like graphical compressors. Then I don't know. Then I might have some idea of where it's at. But no. This is not the case. Hello there. What am I going to need? I'm going to need probably some sort of structure for, let's say, the objects themselves. Yeah. Yeah, and because it's C++, I probably want something for individual values. The value types. Unless I just pick things out as they're found, that's an option. Maybe. I think I also want string view. String view. The best thing ever. Load image. I'm also going to need some code to load. Probably some sort of test file. Kind of weird if I didn't load a test file. Which also means I'm going to need a header file. Now let's just put everything in the header file. Why don't we? Yeah, we're just gonna leak all of our implementation details. Sure. How about that? Very empty. Very empty. Namespace. E. I don't know if I'm that ambitious or not. This just has everything in it. Shader, widget, models, text, images, JSON. How am I? I am pretty good today. Went for a little walk, which I was kind of mentioning at the start of the stream. I got a decent amount of sleep. I was thoroughly entertained yesterday. I think things are going all right. For now. Now, a JSON array and a JSON object, I don't know if I need specific classes for them or not. Maybe I do. Tricky decisions ensue. Darkness. Your darkness? I need to hydrate. Dehydration. And glTF is a generic container format for 3D scenes, as is standardized by the Chronos group. Good luck implement. What is this? The invisible hydration. The invisible hydration. Yeah, I just tilt my head back and then. Somehow the water goes in my mouth. I'm sure it's hiding somewhere. Somewhere, I say. I don't know about the code though. The code is just kind of chilling, doing the thing. Do I need a constructor for this? I don't know yet. I am unsure. I think we're going to use... What about a map? Or a multi-map? One of those two. I mean, technically I could use both kinds of things. Don't know though. Don't know at all. I think I'm going to need some sort of generic polymorphic object type, which is like the JSON value. Yeah, whatever a value might happen to be. It's just like all of the above. This can be a vector of values. Yay, maybe. Maybe less yay. Or what if I made like a uniform array? It's like, it's just an array of numbers or something. And then if you start mixing types, we promote it to a generic mixed array. Sure. Oh, 32. Numbers aren't going to be that big, are they? They might be. Well, let's not call it slow. Let's call it real. Yeah. We'll do that. Specialty arrays. And of course, specialty arrays mean trying to figure out which one we actually have. So, yeah, I'm going to need some kind of function which will get the type of the value. This is probably going to need to be an enum, maybe? Yeah, probably. Object. Of course, that doesn't exist, so, well, so why am I making them classes? I don't know why I'm making them classes. We just are. We just are. So we'll have no um 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 I guess false and true, and then we also want numbers. Strings, object, array. I don't know if there were any other flavors. Although I made more flavors. Artificially add more flavors. I have artificial flavors. Yum. Too much yum. Value is just going to be also the null value. Because why not? Because why not? Yep, JSON null can just be a value. Easy. Easy-ish. Ish is not easy enough. Ish not easy enough. Can I just, like, do that? I don't know if I can do that. Oops. There. Just a few times. Just a few. This needs to be virtual, I think. because of course, reasons. Just reasons. Just all the reason. Oh wait, these aren't public yet. Yes, we want all of that. Why don't I just make these all structs? I like structs. Too many structs. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do structures instead. Because I don't feel like managing visibility. You just see all the things. It doesn't matter much. Visibility is a lie anyways. Although it does kind of inform how the API is used. I don't think it matters that much. Does it really matter if it's constant, if there's no real reason for it to modify anything in the class whatsoever? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Do I want constant string view, or do I want constant string view reference? I don't know. Never heard of it. Why have you never heard of it? A static member function can't be const. Thanks for that, compiler. You're real helpful. It is a statement. It's a very statement. It's an extensible 3D format built on top of JSON protocols. Part text, part binary. What more could you ask for? A 300-page specification? Sure. We got that. Somewhere. Yeah, over here. Okay, I lied. It's only 189 pages. Easier than it sounds. But you also have to implement JSON if you haven't already. That's... surprisingly little information to describe one of the most widely used formats ever. There's 2 pages of references. 3. There's 3 pages of references. There's like 3. There's like 3 pages of like preamble. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe 7. An example. Yeah, there's 7 pages. That is deceptively simple looking. Very, very deceptive. But don't let its simplicity. Don't let it fool you. There's a lot that goes into that. Like the common parsing of floating point numbers. You're trying to parse floating point numbers. That has academic papers written about it. So yeah, that's a thing. So I need to like declare instantiations for these. I don't know. I don't think it do. Let's just like do the thing. Does not declare anything. Of course it does. Okay, what about parse? This should probably be a pointer. Otherwise I would have some, I might end up with some issues. Hello there. Yeah, pointer. I like the idea of using a unique pointer. Does not return a value. Okay, return null. Is that a value? Happy now? No? Never happy. It's just never happy. Myself some more room. Why am I boxed in? The null pointer. Yeah, I'm just a casual null pointer enjoyer. We don't return 0. We don't return null in all capitals. We return null pointer. I like to be explicit. Yeah. Now about this string view here. The string view. No. That's not a C++ thing. That sounds like a Ruby or Lua type thing. In which case, fine, I'll return nil. Nil. Nada. We should be able to return nada. Why isn't that a thing in any programming languages? Like, at least BASIC has nothing. But I haven't seen a programming language use nada. What if I want an array of strings? What then? Yeah, what then? We return a string array. Zilch? Zilch is a good one. Period? I don't know if I said that right. I don't know if that's spelled right either. We will just return nigh. We will return not. We will just return QED. Not quite the same thing. We will return the Unicode character for an empty set. Good luck learning your Alt keystrokes to type that one. The string array. Stringy array. Are the arrays very stringy? We are unsure. Alright, now about parsing this stuff. We're going to need to name the string view that we have as input. We can just call it input, because why not? And then it needs to be divided into things. Characters, I guess? Yes, you could say characters. Yeah, that's normally what you get out of these. C? C is a good character. Input. I think as, I guess a bonus, we can also keep track of which character we're on. And maybe also which line. Lines don't start at 0, they start at 1. Unless you program, then they start at 0. We'll just add 1 to them if we have to print them out. So like at the end of a parse, we can do column increments. Maybe we switch based on what C is? Or do we switch based on what our input state is? Kind of need both, to be honest. Although it might make more sense to retain some kind of state keeping. Yum. I don't know what my top level construct should be. Should it be like the current state of the parser, or should it be which character? Decisions, 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 decisions. Too many decisions. How about the character first? Or we make them separate. Figure out how to make them separate. Maybe we use if statements. Yeah, if I want to do strings, strings have to be able to recognize the characters. So I think it's going to be the state machine on top. Okay, I figured it out. Yay. Space. Horizontal tab. Ignore white space. So I'm going to need a state. It could be in top level, I guess, or value. 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 That's all of just what we're doing here. We could do object name. The object colon. Have the object value. And that's sort of just value. So I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Depends on how rigid I want to be with it. Object end. I don't know. We have a string. We have string escape. We can have string Unicode. I can have number first. First, if I could spell it right. I can have the number decimal. Maybe the number exponent sign. Maybe the number exponent. I don't know what else. I don't know what else. Maybe a number integer. Because it's possible that the sign shows up. And then you could have... Oh wait, you can't have -0, can you? I don't think the spec allows -0. You can have -0. You do minus, and then int is either a 0 or a digit. What do they call this? Fractional? Decimal point? Let's call that fractional. I don't know what the heck I just did there. Oh, that keeps happening. The exponent. The exponent can show up anywhere, at any moment, for any reason. You never know. You just never know. I'm gonna split these up. Because then I can reset the column and do line is another line. And then maybe continue. So it doesn't increment the column again? Sure. So I need to switch on the state of the parser. Which I could just put here. I could say it equals value. Seems like a good idea. Can accept any value at the beginning of input. Anything at all. Take your pick. CGA? What is CGA? Very color scheme. Well, what part of me? Like, me myself, or... Because I think I'm way too vibrant to be CGA. Or CGA is too vibrant for me to be that color. I would probably say I'm doing pretty good today. I went for a nice little walk. I started to stream a little bit later than usual because of it, but it was worth. It was definitely worth. Great, now it's not going to do my break statement. Gosh darn it, I don't want to paste, I want to repeat. Which is this key, not the other key. They're so close to each other. Mentally. Just casually making typing mistakes, because of course I do. We'll use more hydration though. slight distraction there. Yeah, that happens occasionally. I get slightly distracted looking at things. I was like, what does the CGA color palette actually consist of? Because, like, CGA is meant for composite monitors. As if you do composite output, you get like full colors. And if you don't, you end up with the palettes that look like those, which are kind of meh. Because that's not a very good color combination. The Apple II, which I also have, it does the same thing. It's like cyan, magenta, green, sort of a not quite red color. I think it's kind of like an orange yellow. Depending on like how you shift the bits around. Designed for composite artifact color. Really crazy. Really, really, really crazy. I get derailed all the time. What are you talking about? It's a moment for me to think about how I'm going to structure this whole parsing thing. Like if we have a value, a value can be like almost anything. Like if it's I was gonna make C a constant so I don't accidentally mess up. Like if it's one of these, then the next value is an array. If it's one of these, then that's an array. That's an object. If it's one of these, it's a string. If C is a minus sign, then it's probably a number. I love getting distracted. Let's see, what else is there? I guess there could be the letters for null. Maybe null. If that's T, then it could be maybe true. If it's F, then it's like maybe false. If it's greater than or equal to the, like, ASCII for 0, less than or equal to the ASCII for 9, then it is definitely a number. Because you have to have the integer portion. So then we have arrays. Yeah, we did arrays. I think that's all the things. It can be false, null, true, object, array, number, or string. Or you can have white space, because white space. Insignificant white space, to be specific. Because sometimes it's very specific. It is significant. It is incredibly significant. I feel like the value parser should go underneath the thing for what's it called? Oh, the words escape me. The words, they escape me. I'm gonna take the string, separate that out there, because strings can be used for objects. With an object name, we will expect a string. We want to fall down there. Yeah, be careful, mind the gap. I think the same thing with the object end. If we have the comma. Why you like this? Why is it like this? We have the next start of the next key value. False. False. Why's the break here? It doesn't belong there. This thing, I can't even with this thing sometimes. Duplicate. No duplicates. Duplicates not allowed. Is a string? String is going to be, well, almost anything actually. Almost anything. Except the backslash. That's important. That will be a start of escape. If this is the other quotation mark, that can be the end of the string. Just who is Jason anyway? And why is everyone talking about him? It's poisoned the internet with a nefarious protocol. Backdoored everyone. Not the XML. If you want XML, you could use Collada. We are not Collada here. At least not yet, anyway. Is it break or is it continue? I think it's continue. I think it's definitely gonna be continue. If we're inside of a string, that makes the most sense. Say 0 through 9. Or C is greater than or equal to A. Through F. Yeah. Also in lowercase, because lowercase. See, the number first, we expect the digit. We expect a digit. So if it's 0, for instance, then guess we want either the decimal or the end of value. Although I suppose you could also technically have an exponent, although why you'd want 0 raised to an exponent is beyond me. I think it's in the spec though. If I could find it again, where did I put that? Yeah, it's just integer. Fraction. Exponent. But integer could be a 0. So... yeah. You could have minus 0 raised to an exponent. It would totally be valid. Pointless, but valid. Negative 0. The favorite number ever. Negative 0. So, yeah, it could be negative 0 raised to the exponent of, like, 43. Why you would do this, I have no idea. Because 42 is too predictable. 42 is way too predictable. It's like one of those extremely predictable numbers. Answer to everything. Yeah. Everyone says that. That's what everyone says. It's extremely, extremely predictable. Everybody in chat just needs to pick a number between 1 and 100. Which one will you pick? Will it be 42? Will it be 69? Will it be 37? We haven't even gotten to glTF either. This is all JSON stuff. It's a prerequisite. JSON. Yeah, I know, right? It's almost like they wanted a really good descriptor language of some flavor, and then they were like, here, have this highly text-based language to describe how your file is put together and what the hierarchy is. The best part, though, is that it doesn't actually describe the data itself. It's used for the metadata. So it's used to describe the metadata that explains how to interpret the binary data. Plus, it's great just to have flicks of hair. Not the hair. I think it's stuck. I have no arms. I can't reach it. I can make it fly around, but it doesn't want to move. No arms. Tracking too complicated. Needs special hardware for that. Do not have. Maybe like an AI accelerator. More cameras. Maybe I steal my leap motion back again. Tape it to the ceiling. Alright, that's not gonna work. I don't think it's allowed in that mode. Instructions unclear. Activate blue hair mode. No, true, false, number, object, array. If somebody cut the piece of hair off. No, don't cut my, don't cut the hair off. That's, I need that. It's important. It is extremely important. String, state equals string. Not enough string. So many strings. Let's see, what else do I need to check? 1 through 9? Yeah, 1 through 9. Then we'll do what do we do here? 1 through 9. 1 through 9. 1 through 9. I think number int. Continue. More hydration. Somebody else redeem this stretch. Stretch and hydration. I guess that means it's break time. Because what else would I do with a stretch and hydration? Let's do this though. I need another state for this, which is like number exponent or n. Yeah, exponent or n. That's not a thing. Did I mean? No, I didn't mean. I did not mean. And it definitely did not mean. I definitely did not mean, yeah. Let's drink the invisible water. It's essential. It's extremely essential. Especially with as little water as I drink on a regular basis. Tasty. Tasty, delicious water. You still move tasty, delicious water. Now, about that stretch. Oh, the stretch. We gotta do the stretch. Somehow. Undeclared variable use suggest. How about no? Yeah, I don't think that. No, I don't think that's stretching properly. Ow. Ow, stretching. Stretching difficult. Why is stretching difficult today? Oh yeah, because I was walking earlier. Maybe a little bit worn out from it. Just a bit. Ow. Oh. Ow, 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 ow. Must do all the stretches. I need them. I need to do all the stretches. Ugh. Ow. 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 I think that's enough stretches. Can't do more stretches. That was plenty, I think. Plenty of stretches. Now I am stretched. I am become stretched. I probably should have said that, like, JSON and glTF, because they're both kind of the same thing. Put the description of all this stuff in my title there. Yeah. If I implement enough of glTF, then I could implement the VRM extension, which is what the VTubing models use. Great, it poked to the camera and now it's out of place. E. That's those. We do those, then we parse it, and then we continue. If we have C equals E, or maybe I'll do uppercase first. Then we'll do number exponent sign, maybe. Yeah. Let's just check if C is minus or C is plus. Yeah, sure. I guess if it's not, then we can just move that there. Tracing arrays. No, we're not tracing arrays. No ray tracing. I read a lot about it, though. Figured out how it worked. Figured out that there's actually two different paths for it. It's all focused around the notion of acceleration structures. I wouldn't say it's cancelled, it's put on hold. Because I rolled glTF first. And then I was like, no, I'm not going to do that today, on that day. I'm going to put that off to the next stream. And this is the next stream. So, gonna do some more parsing of text, data, models, maybe. See if I get anywhere with this. This edits this sign. Then we'll continue. C is parse and implement the animation from glTF. I suppose the question there is, did they have a JSON parser though? You write a JSON parser from scratch in C++? That's a bit ambitious. A bit complex. Can't speak. Cannot word. I cannot word. Here's a silly thought. Really silly thought. What if I used the AVX instructions, the vector instructions, to accelerate parsing the file? I am that kind of level of crazy, apparently. I need to whatever the end of the number is. The colon. There's only one character you can support in the colon. That would be if C equals the colon itself. Then state will equal object value, and then we will continue. Error character or invalid character. You never know what you're gonna find till you find it. And then the other question is, do I implement the extensions? Like you can have JSON blobs that have comments in them. It's non-standard, but is technically allowed in some cases. Okay, if that's the end of the object, then we'll do We'll close the object. Yeah. We will close the object. Object end. No, wait. It's an error if you try to close the object. So this one should be object value. Fall through there. And then object end. What's object end supposed to be? The comma? Probably the comma. Object name, and then we will continue. We don't have array value because we didn't do arrays. So array value, then array end. Yeah. Yeah, we'll make it a little bit more explicit. A little bit too explicit, maybe. Definitely a number. Definitely probably a number. Number, exponent, or ends. Yeah, I didn't do that. Let's see, number, exponent, or end. What am I making? We are making a parser. Or I'm making a parser. A parser for the JavaScript object notation format. And then, once I have that, I'll implement the glTF file specification, which has a section dedicated to JSON encoding. So, like, if you embed textures, then it would reference the file names, but it's in JSON format, and yeah, I don't have that yet in my engine, so I'm going to do that. Client implementations may optionally support additional URIs, such as HTTP or file schemes. Authorities, host names, absolute paths, and query or fragment parameters. Assets containing these additional URI components would be less portable. What about fraction or exponent? I guess that would be part of int. And if we're in the int, and then we get a dot. We go to the fractional state. What am I not making? Money. Not making money. Sounds like an answer I would give. The fractional component is going to be digits or the exponent. Let's do... Yeah, let's do break. I think break would be allowed. Exponent or end? Wait, isn't it just basically like the fractional portion, or is that just this? Zero E43, okay. So we'd have the E. And we don't have the E, and it's the end of the value. If we do have the E, then we put the sign. or the exponent. If it's not the sign, we have to do a digit. A digit. A very digit. Like, wait a second. That's supposed to be the end as well. If it's not a digit, it's not the exponent, it's not the fraction, it's the end of the value. The first number first. Number first. If it's not a digit, then it would be invalid. Invalid number. I think number first is like we saw a minus. We have a sign. Now we're expecting a value to show up after it. So I would almost want to copy the logic for the first digit number. Or we could fall through. I don't know if we're supposed to fall through there. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I don't know if that's quite right. Not quite what I wanted. Very Yeah, because otherwise I have to duplicate the logic for numbers. And that might be easier than trying to do a string. Like string can be a thing. String can definitely be a thing that I process along the way. How to process string Spoilers, you don't. String processes you. The string processes you. I like this song. Also, hello there. Welcome. It's definitely a number. I probably have to copy and paste the 0. Doing a string. I feel like string should be something that happens early. Stop indenting. We do not want to indent here. There will be no indentation. Maybe I could write this as a table-based parser. Table-based parsers are more entertaining. Harder to program, but still lots of entertaining. Then you just do a bunch of table lookups. Why fret about the performance of my tables when I don't have to? Your coworkers are not amused with the entertaining code. It's like, what does this do? It creates tables. Giant tables of numbers. I'm sure that they have some sort of meaning behind them. Good luck figuring it out, though. Yeah, if we put this here. And we fall into the number case. Then it will be fine. Is this my cat? No. No, it's not. It is a cat. It exists here. But it is not my cat. Also, hello there. It's low poly cat loaf son. All hail the low poly cat loaf. I'm listening constantly. The dot hack OST. The dot hack OST. Yes, yes, I have. Actually, I have actually a bunch of dot hack sign music in my file library of music. It's fantastic stuff. I used to play some of it on stream. And then stopped because it would mute parts of my stream. And then that's how I figured out how the thing worked. Because eventually they implemented like multiple audio streams, and I was like, yay. I can cut the music out of my VODs and then just play almost whatever I want. It's good stuff. The VOD part. The VOD part. The part without the music. I wonder if you could go to the VOD page. And then watch the VOD while I am live. I wonder if that would work. That would be a hack, but it might work. I could also just turn off the music. That's an option. Would it be a dot hack? I don't know. That I don't know. That's a good question. You know, once upon a time, I was keeping an eye on a project that someone was developing, and it was like a dot hack fan game. It was written in Visual Basic 6, and it was like supposed to be an MMO of some sort. And I was like, these people have no idea what they are doing. Why are they doing this? Not only that, but they would also do a bunch of like client side stuff, and it was like, they have no idea how to develop an MMO, do they? It's like they're trying to get hacked. Dot hacked. And if I wasn't the one to do it, then someone else was. They put forth an effort, but MMOs are hard to make. Very, very hard to make. And I know this because I was working on at least 2 of them. 2? 3? At least 3. A ton of code goes into making a functional MMO, let alone a good one. Let alone one that doesn't have tons of bugs. one making the MMOs. MMOs online. I tried to make a 2D website MMO. It's called Etheria. I might even have a tab of it somewhere. Search tabs. Etheria. Test panel? I think it was the test, or was it the client? I don't think it runs. Well, my editor still runs, sort of. Yes, we'll just put some of this here and some of that there, and then some of that, yeah. Just stole one of their tile sets because it was like, I need some things. And it does the tile adjacency stuff. The client is a blank page, which means it's probably dependent on something that I don't have running. Yay. Tile go burr. Wait, why is that one like that? Oh, because it wraps around. Lovely. So yeah, that's a thing I did once. Sort of. Derailments aside. I do have a YouTube channel, but there's literally like nothing on there. I don't put my programming up there. I don't like put commentary. I don't do anything with my YouTube channel. I am terrible at YouTube. There's some gameplay footage I have, which is like a couple years old. And it was like a couple of the projects that I was working on that I was actually editing video. And I was like, yay. It turned out okay-ish. Not great. But if you're actually interested in me putting stuff on my YouTube channel, I could start doing that. Although, I don't really know wherein the value lies. Because I think all I would do would be like dump streams or something. Stream VODs in them. I don't know if I could make content specifically for YouTube because that takes a lot of time. Let's see, which one didn't I do? Did that. I did those. Did the values. We didn't do the end of the values. Yeah, how do I do the end of the value? That's a question. Noob content? I don't even know if I could do noob content or not. There's so much of that out there already. I feel. I don't know if I would be able to compete. Like, I almost don't know what other people don't know. Like, I don't have a very good frame of reference. Like, that's kind of the biggest part of, like, teaching stuff. Would be to know what other people don't know. less self-reflective. Because I could make like a tutorial of some flavor and be like, here's how you set up the project. Then you click this button, and then you magically get an exe out the other end, assuming you didn't get any errors. But then, are you really learning anything? And I would say, can't really be sure of that. How does one even learn? There are different learning styles. There are different people who learn things in different ways. There's an entire academic study of how to teach people, how people learn, how the different learning styles affect how you learn. But it all kind of boils down to you kind of have to actually do stuff. Yes, the chat GPT. Let's just make the chat GPT do it. Oh, here's an idea. Why don't we just train a GPT based on all of my ramblings? Make AI Mesaka. Create all of the content with a terrible robot voice. Be like, today we are going to learn about how to make memory management complete with all of the idiosyncrasies that go around with my speech patterns. Bad grammar and everything. Certainly. First, you create a structure, not a class. Then you put the structure with 3 variables in it. And the variables will be capacity and size and the pointer. And the pointer will point to the memory that you have allocated. Also, hello there. I'm just getting distracted thinking about whether or not I want to change this parser into a table-based parser. Or something else. Table-based parsers are amazing. Also, JSON requires the UTF-8 encoding, so yeah. I'm gonna have to implement Unicode stuff in here. Somehow. And the parser has to just deal with it. Because of course it does. So that's a bit of a yay. Or maybe it's a bit of a not yay. I don't know. You know, this is a very design for quit. MSys or Mingwu. Mingwu. I think I would pick Mingwu. Mingwu. Although I used MSys for a while. It was decent for what it was, but it wasn't the most capable thing ever. It's kind of iffy. My eyesight gets glitchy. Actually, that's because my camera is mounted off to one side. So if I look too far to, I think it's the right, the camera can no longer see my eyes anymore. And they start to glitch out. I have to look this way, straight into the camera. Corner of your eyes. Rubbing. Glitchy eyesight. You mean when it's all distorted? And not clear? That kind of glitchy? Not quite the same. Eyesight is wild. Eyesight be crazy. I'm very tempted to make this the other way around. Because this is what I would like to call a push model, where you grab individual elements and then you push them into a structure. And I was doing that for some of my other parsers as well. I don't know that I want to do that here with this parser. Better to just link a library for JSON parsing? Depends on the library. How to push the bits. We make a value, a vector of bits, make a structure of bits, which has got all the bits in it. And then when you encounter an object, you demo, and then you push the bits. And then you say, I want some zeros and some ones. And then the bits. And the bits have been pushed. Yummy. It's amazing how that works. We're like taking the bits out of input and then we're pushing them. Amazing. Not amazing. So what if instead I do input and then we have a cursor, a point, a character, something, kind of something. maybe the const iterator. Then it's handcrafted. Definitely. Handcrafted from only the finest excuses to rewrite everything. Being? Not being. I want begin. Then maybe the end? I feel like my language service is no longer language servicing. Mild concern. Wait, this needs a name. Oh yes, sailing vessel input. I mean string view. String view input. Yeah. Uh-huh. Nothing? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. Just nothing. And then let's do something else. Elf. Very elf. Like, we'll get the next character. I think it's just done with everything, isn't it? 0, 0, 0, not 0. I want the cursor. I mean, it's sort of giving me something, but also kind of not. Java lingo. static method of sort. No, this is a member function. A method of sorts. So it has access to the per instance variables within the objects. Cursor ends, and then we can do if, not EOF, return more stuff. Or I could do if EOF, return 0 instead. The guard clause. Less indentation. I like less indentation. Too much indentation. It's not the best thing ever. So this is gonna be for, or maybe a while. While not input EOF. Valid range expression of type. There is no range expression. Why are we like this? Why are we like this? Oops. Four? Or is that a value that I don't need? Let's just restart everything, why don't we? Eventually it just crashes. It just doesn't go. It's just like, nope, we're done now. You have to start over. I'm just like, that's rude. Language service, you're being rude. Although it could just be my weird version, unstable Vim thing. That could be a thing too. You never know. You just never know. That could totally be a thing. Totally, definitely not .hacked. Get .hacked. I need to take a break for a minute here. It is about that time where I probably need a snack. Probably. Scratch the head. Get subbed. Yeah, about that. Null Igor is subscribed. Yay. Thank you. Welcome. Enjoy my variety of emotes. Because now you can. What more could you ask for? Me to not go on break time? You like how this one is in front and the other one is behind? It's almost like. It's almost like. Yeah. I'm here. In front of. I'm between the words. This one's behind. Get dot braked. Get dot braked. Or maybe it was the other way around. The double slash is there. I don't know. Maybe it's short dot break and then time is a comment. Not sure. I am really not sure. I am gonna get up though. I need a snack. I definitely need a snack. I haven't eaten anything for a few hours. It is essential. Very essential. Naan. Delicious naan. Also, hello there. I have to finish eating my naan. There's some left. Very tasty. Also, I put a bunch of toppings on it all the time to enhance the flavor with all sorts of deliciousness. Ow. Ow. Okay. I have finished eating the delicious food. The hidden, forbidden holy ground. It's almost like it's been a thing for a very long time. The orca vibes. No, the orca vibes. Anything but that. Getting back in my chair. In a comfortable position. It's always the trickiest thing. Yeah, it's like these really obnoxious armrests. They have, like a couple of fixed positions for each one. And they just get in the way. So, like, I can't sit close enough. I can't sit properly. I can't even sit improperly properly. Stupid chair. Why you like this chair? There are so many states this thing has to be in. And not a lot of characters which are valid for each state. There really aren't that many. Are there? So I don't know, maybe this pattern is the way to go. It's kind of messy. But it sort of works. Kind of. Kind of sort of works. Okay. So, next. What we have next? I was working on data types. Trying to figure out data types. if I'm trying to like flip the design around. Why are you so fried? You know it goes good with fried food. Because I don't. Bad decisions. Not the bad decisions. Always with the bad decisions. Everyone makes bad decisions sometimes. That's just kind of how life goes. Estate keeping is hard. Estate keeping be so tricky sometimes. How about I create a structure? And it's going to be a value input. Why did I choose glTF? Because the glTF chose me. But no, on a more serious note, it's because the VRM files that the VTubing software uses, those are glTF with some extensions. So I was like, that's interesting. Maybe I could implement that. Does it make sense for me to implement it? Who knows? Who knows? I could do another Collada importer maybe. But I can't find anything that exports Collada correctly. So if I'm going to do one really complex standards-based import system, it might as well be something like glTF. Or GLB, which is basically the same thing. What do I want to call to get a value? Something that will return a unique pointer to a value. Perhaps. Get value. Not enough value. Never enough value. If that makes sense? Is it is it sense? I don't know if it makes sense. I think I would want something for objects or something instead, because those have associated state with them. Oh great, now I can't decide. I'm gonna change my mind a bajillion times before I figure this out, aren't I? Yeah, there's too many to-dos. It's so little time. Start of next array value. Close an array. So I want to keep track of an array. I figure array is maybe an easy-ish first step, possibly. Although object seems like it would be more common. Also, I don't really have a test file. A test file of some flavor. Yes, I need some sort of test. Test. We must test the output. Edit the sign. We must edit the sign. Yeah, maybe I'll do value input like I had before. And then we do stuff like begin number. Or maybe that's a function that returns a value input. Yeah. Yeah, we'll give it an input. And then we will tell it to parse. Parse a number. Or yeah, maybe there's a begin and then a parse, or yeah, no. Yes, no, no, yes, no. parse. We'll parse a number, and it will return a value. Maybe. A number value? That's not a thing that exists, right? No. I'll just take one of these. We could say double, maybe, number. Or maybe the integer value? I don't know. Seems kind of silly to store it in multiple ways like that. So this will take a source input object by reference, and then we will return values or something. Save a position. I don't know if it makes sense to save a position. That might not work. It might not work. Or it might work for simple values, but not complicated ones. Intimidating. C++ is intimidating. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take this, type def it, I don't need to include string view. Oh, this stupid thing sometimes. Can't even with this thing sometimes. Not the pointers. Not even the smart pointers? Smart pointers are all kinds of useful. Cat wrestling. That sounds like a very spectator sport. Don't touch. Or you might end up getting clawed. We do not like the claw. We do not. The claw. Yeah, how about I put the column line things in here? Yeah, there's an idea. That's an idea for me. C is new line, then we'll do line increment, column 0, then we'll do column increment, or now if we do that first, then it won't do the thing. And of course, I don't care so much about insignificant white space. So, I think if we encounter new lines, wait, am I allowed to put white space inside of strings? I don't think I can. All Unicode characters except for characters that must be escaped. Quotation mark, the reverse, and the control characters. So you cannot put the new lines inside of strings. And apparently you can't put tabs inside of the strings either, so don't do it. Or else. A unique pointer is a scope managed pointer that has a single owner. So if you create a unique pointer object, it will allocate an object, or it won't, depending on how you start it up. And there can only be one of that object. So if you leave the scope without moving it, it will free the object for you. And there's a lot of ways that you could end up leaving a scope. If you try to copy a unique pointer, you're not allowed. You may only have a single instance of a unique pointer. I don't know if I would call it a borrow checker, perhaps, but it does kind of sort of follow that sort of flow. Because of the way it acts. However, a unique pointer it's not really borrowing. It's like a marker of ownership. Like you're still able to take references or effectively borrow the value inside of the pointer. And it won't stop you from messing up with that. However, if you only reference things through the pointer object itself, then it's decently safe for managing things. If cursor equals, I don't know, 13 or 10, because it's CRLF. Then we'll do cursor plus again. And then we'll return line feed. The line feed. If we have encountered a line feed, then line column. Oh, I didn't do the cursor thing. Yeah, we gotta do that. We definitely gotta do that. So this is like the CR, maybe LF sequence. This is like increment the cursor. Is it the line feed? Then increment the cursor again. And then we increment the lines. Yeah, then we return. I think that's the way. I think that will do it. Assuming I want to save the column and line. Which I don't know if I do or not. Can't hurt though, can it? No. No? No. I don't even know if it's possible to cross lines with any simple values. Which is the only case in which I would want to use the line save. Unless it's an invalid value, then maybe. Then maybe. Source input. The source input. Why not just put this here? Yeah, parse the input. Parse a number will just be part of the input object. And then we will parse a number. How hard could it be? The answer is very. Could be very difficult to parse a number. 1,000 lines and you finally have a triangle. Sounds about right. There's a lot of bootstrap required. There's so much code required to get all the things lined up in a row. A number. What do we want from a number? We want to check if there is the sign. If the exponent is negative, guess I could specify the exponent. There's the decimal value. Then I guess there's also the fractional value. Well, the fractional value is kind of a weird one because that one goes backwards. Very backwards. So I'm not sure how I would handle that case. And then we get an input. The input. The input can be something like minus. I think. I'm also going to need a way of exiting the function. It's like if EOF return null. Wait, how would I even get here? How would I get here even? I don't even know. Hello there. I was apparently too deep in the code and didn't see the chat for a little while. Deep in the thick of it. I will use the JSON objects for probably mostly just glTF parsing. Maybe some other things in the future. Like debugging or implementing random protocols. Sounds useful in a very general sense. So I might as well have a system that's decent. Maybe if I'm really ambitious, I can use it for some sort of data file, but I don't really want to do that necessarily. A 0 is going to be used for the decimal. Otherwise, 1, 9. When I use the VM, does the GPU work in it? Yes. Yes, it does. And it shows up as a GPU. It's got all the memories. Dedicated. Dedicated GPU memory. What's shared memory? I like the system software thing, maybe. But yeah, it's on a PCI bus. It's like an actual hardware. The VM software is QEMU. QEMU. Something like that. Useful. QEMU? 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 Well, C is greater than or equal to 0. C is less than or equal to 9. Decimal value times equals to decimal value plus equals C minus ASCII 0. A specific command? There's a bunch of commands. There's a bunch of commands and stuff. It's mostly all just QEMU configuration, but there's a couple of stuff that I have to do with Linux as well. I might have showed it off on stream at one point, how it's set up. But yeah, the first thing you need is the appropriate hardware. Is on the motherboard, there's like 2 GPU slots. The slot up at the top, that's the boot slot. The thing about pass-through GPUs is you can't use that one. So there's like another GPU plugged in there. Looks a little something like this. Got a big heat sink on it. Let me pick color. It's not picking. Let me stay. And then in the other slot, there's the emulated GPU. Or, yeah, the other GPU. Just got like some chunk to it. So yeah, I have 2 GPUs. Very, very important. Because the system is going to want to use the top one for the console device or something like that. And you can't redirect the console device. So there's a whole other GPU in there dedicated to just driving the console screen. Emulated GPUs. GPUs don't usually emulate very good. Like, if you don't pass through a GPU, then your GPU performance is probably suboptimal in pretty much all situations. Unless you have, like, enterprise grade hardware that's like, oh, sure, I'll give you a virtual GPU slice. Here you go. Just gotta pay us $10,000 for the license for it. And the hardware. Nope, not doing that. Still consumer GPU. It goes in a different slot. Very important. Whatever GPU in the first slot. Supposedly you could also use an integrated graphics card, I think. Like, if you're lucky enough to have a CPU that has an onboard graphics chip, like one of the Intel chips or an AMD APU, then you could use that for your console device. You just set that in the UEFI, and then you could pass through a GPU. I don't, so I did it this way. And then there's a bunch of commands to run. None of those commands are capped, by the way. Nope. It's just doing something. Paint time? Because GPU. Somebody had to ask about the GPU, and I'm like, it's story time. The VM. The VM has some disks. Yes, now we are hacking. Some of these disks are a little bit sizey. A few hundred gigs. No big deal. Everyone needs a few hundred gig files, right? Right. So I have this files called unbind and rebind. I have this file called run, which does them in order. Unbind tells the system to surrender the GPU so that the VM can use it. And then rebind tells the system that it's allowed to take the GPU again. So while it's connected to the VM, the host cannot use it. That would interfere. If you're not swayed by this point, then I will continue. Unbind takes all of the drivers that the GPU uses, and in this case, it's an NVIDIA, and it tells them to take all of the PCI IDs for the device and stop referencing it. So now all of these drivers are going to stop providing services for the GPU. And then, once that happens, we ask the VFIO PCI service to take over all of the device IDs so that the VM can use it. The rebind command does the opposite thing. But why though? But why though? Because the VFIO PCI driver is what allows QEMU to talk to the GPU as if it's directly attached. If you have the drivers holding references to it, then this driver is unable to take control of it. Because a device should not have multiple drivers owning it at the same time. I shouldn't have to tell you why that's a bad thing, but it is. They would conflict. You would crash your system. That's a no-no. We cannot do that. So only one at a time. Also, gotta make sure VFIO PCI is loaded. And I found that I had to remove the NVIDIA DRM driver, which is direct rendering management, in case you're wondering what that means. Which allows the kernel to draw to the GPU, which is a prerequisite for Wayland servers. But it also carries references that would otherwise lock up the system. So we have to remove that. Rebind is the opposite. We take the GPU away from VFIO PCI with the unbind endpoint, and then we give it back to all the drivers, and then we reinsert DRM. These lspci commands are debugging. They're not necessary, but I like to see whether or not the driver actually did what I told it to do. You could add them, you could not add them, you could screenshot this if you wanted to. Probably a good time if you're gonna reference it. If you're gonna go through with this. However, to find the actual PCI devices, you'd have to use the lspci command. I think with the VNN thing, locate all of the stuff and the things. So yeah, it spits out output. And then we run system, which is where the meat of the whole thing is. System is a script that starts up QEMU, system x8664, no defaults. And then we set up a bunch of stuff about the architecture, how much memory we give it. We want to enable KVM, that's very important. Pretend the host is this other thing. I wanted to monitor the VM. We give it some cores. And then there's the VM video section, which has VGA none, display none, because we're going to use a special one. Am I developing for QEMU? No, not necessarily, no. I'm developing for Windows right now, but I'm trying to keep my engine like somewhat portable. So I'm not really using very many vendor extensions. And then this part here, VM pass, these are all of the commands that bind the device. So we create a PCI root port. We give it some IDs, give it an address, say it's multifunction, and give it a slot, a chassis. I remember this being kind of important. You have to make it a multifunction device because we're going to attach a bunch of sub-devices to it to sort of like emulate how the GPU is physically laid out in a system. So we add a virtual root to connect the all the devices that we took over, which are the VFIO PCI. And then we attach them to this root ports bus thing. Make sure all the addresses are set correctly. We give them the host IDs, which are the ones that we unbound. This first one is the actual GPU module, so there's these extra flags that go on top of that. And assuming the rest of your VM is set up decently, then your GPU is now owned by a VM, and your VM will start up on the GPU kind of directly. Like, it will look as though it were physically connected. This works with all kinds of GPUs. This works with other forms of PCI hardware. Like, it doesn't have to be GPU. You could put literally anything in your VM this way. Like, you could provide dedicated access to network cards, sound cards, storage devices, maybe. As long as it's on the PCI bus, this technique would work, and then it would just be attached, and then you could use it. And I had to look up so much stuff to make all of this work. Like, I had to go digging deep for a lot of this. Like, how to figure out which PCIe device to use, what the parameters for the PCI VFIO driver are. I'm like, yeah. I can scroll back up to the unbind shelf if you want, because that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff. The drivers are different if you're using an AMD card. The concept is the same, but the drivers will be different, obviously. Figuring out which drivers to use. I remember that being kind of difficult, but you have to look in the sys file system. I think it was like sys devices? I don't know if it was devices. I think it was class. Graphics? I don't think it was graphics. I don't remember now. There's some way of figuring out how your device is used. I think it was in the I don't know. Like this Ethernet driver, for instance. Let's try to find that. That's device 50. See if I can find that in the bus. The PCI bus here. Drivers? Maybe it's drivers. Yeah, you could look through drivers, but then it would be not entirely clear. EHCI? I think EHCI is USB or something like that. I don't think I have anything plugged into those. I think most of my stuff is UHCI. Slots. Devices. 0, 0, 0, 5. Maybe it was subsystem. I don't remember. Don't remember. I don't even know if this is the right root device. I don't know where Ethernet is. It's lost in the sauce. Also, that question about assembly. Yes, I actually have a lot of experience with assembly. Some might say a little bit too much. A little bit too much. Just casually leans on one of the keys. Not the deadly stare. Anything but the deadly stare. Those are brackets. Those are L's. They're L's. One of my fingers leans on the home row a little bit too much. It's also the key to go to the right in NeoVim. NeoVim go burr. I'm not really sure what I would do for fractional numbers. It seems difficult. Fractional numbers are difficult. You know? Why must fractional numbers be so difficult? We are unsure, but they are. Let's see if it's a dot. Then we want to go into um, processing the thing. Yes, the thing. I know what I'm talking about, clearly. Come on, let's jam. This is a good song. Let's jam out to this for a little bit. Speaking of derailment. The song is awesome. They did fantastic on this. A Discord. I mean, I have a Discord. I also happen to lurk in one of the IRC servers. However, you're not exactly about to find me terribly easily there. Or maybe you will. I don't know. Share memes. Guess you could join the Discord if you want to share memes. Or you just dump them into the Twitch chat. I don't care. It's not as fun as the Discord, though, probably. My Discord is very quiet and lonely. Very much so. Oh my god. Well, that's pretty memey to me. Why are they bandages? Is this even a thing? Is this? It looks like a thing. Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? I don't know why that's a thing. Do I need to know why that's the thing? Probably not. Oh, here's an idea. What if I interpret the decimal character numbers backwards? I don't know if that makes sense either. Let's say fraction start. Or begin. Begin, yes. Because C++ land uses begin. Hmm. Yeah, and then we'll do C equals next character fraction and equals cursor. Visual K. It should, huh? It should, huh? I don't even know who that is. I am not very familiar. 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 Too much familiar. I have to watch that at some point. I guess. Yes. I will put those in tabs and we'll watch them at some point. Damn it, why do I put all the good songs one after another? Oh, the best part of the playlist, I guess. Let's see, else. Else. What if it's not that? Then what? Then what? Then what? I think I need my... Where did you come from? No matching constructor for initialization of input. Now there's a matching input. just completely changed my mind about how to do this. This is a more whole style of parsing. Yeah, let's get rid of this other state machine thing. Sure. Not doing that. Instead, we will parse by calling input. And then doing some sort of parse command. Two hours worth of progress? Yes, because I didn't like the direction it was going. Set up a state machine, and I'm like, that's not going to end well. Remember, it's okay to delete code. You don't have to write terrible code. You can start over. It's allowed. Not that I would recommend rewriting code over and over again, but if you're on that track and it just doesn't work out, then maybe. It's not called setup. I thought there was one for set up world. I'm very tempted to rename that. I bet too much. Use not with the network thing. Just skip the network thing. And maybe skip all of this configuration stuff. Then I want to give it a string view of like some number, like negative 9999999. Debug. Maybe. It may be debugging time. There's just a few warnings strewn about my project. glTF is a file format from the Kronos group. It stores 3D scenes, and it can store like images alongside with the data for like the meshes and models and stuff. And it can do all of this inside of a single binary format. Well, it's technically a mixed format. It's technically mixed. All the metadata is JSON, and then all of the mesh data is like binary. Is you can store a hierarchy of transformed nodes. You can store meshes. You can store arbitrary data for use in 3D graphics. You can store morph targets. You can store sampler parameters. You can store material properties, cameras, animations. So many things. Why not a ready-made solution? Well, first of all,